A cold one tonight here in Salina, Kansas. And Austin, we're fortunate enough to be inside here for tonight's varsity matchup between the Mustangs and the Hornets. Austin, what have you got on tonight's game?
Well, Caleb, last time this Mustangs team came out into Valley Center, put on a pretty good show, and the Hornets sitting at 7-10 right now. They lost that game. They have to redeem themselves tonight against a very good Salina Central team. And I think the biggest key to tonight's game, Caleb, is going to be stopping Aubrey Kearse. You just told me moments ago she's committed to Navy to play basketball, so that's pretty exciting for her. But for Valley Center, you got to know that she's not unguardable. She's not a player that you may not be able to stop her, but you got to put it to her tonight. So I think that matchup is going to be with Coash, number 15, who's the second leading scorer on Valley Center, and a great defender. She puts on a show. I told her, she's my sister. I told her, she was like, and I told her to just deny the pass, deny the ball to her, because she'll find a way to get the ball. She'll find the way to get the ball in the hoop. That is Aubrey Kearse, but you got to limit her as much as possible. And for the Hornets, you talked about Anna Eldridge just moments ago. You told me she is leading for last week's top player in Kansas, top performance in Kansas, as she had 25 points, and she's going to have a big game tonight. And I think the dark horse for this Valley Center team tonight, we've seen her do it a couple times this year, but it's going to be number 10, Hallie Britton. She shot well in this gym last year. This gym, small, kind of compact. We're sorry for that that middle part in your screen that you'll see when we go back and forth on the court, but it's a small, loud gym, and I think the Hornets can shoot well in these types of gyms.
Well, I know the drum line is setting up right now, and that was our biggest problem last year. I struggled to hear you sitting next to me, and it's definitely a tough one to play with. And 1,000 points here for Aubrey Kearse. She's being rewarded right now, but she's definitely been a talented player. She's averaging almost 20 points a game, 2.5 rebounds, 2.5 steals, and definitely knows how to get it done. Very accomplished player is Aubrey Kearse. Keep in mind, she's only a junior, Austin.
Yeah, Caleb, and we talked about she's going to be a major player, but she's also got pretty good teammates around her. That's why this Mustangs team is ranked so high and just been a team to be reckoned with all year because, Michaela Cunningham, a 5'9" sophomore, she's a great player. She actually, I believe she pulled up from the nose of the Mustang last year when the Hornets played her, and she knocked one down from deep. This team can shoot, and that's going to be a big part of the Hornets tonight is if they can stop the three-point shooting from Salina Central.
Well, starters tonight here for the Hornets, number 4, Anna Eldridge, number 15, Allie Coash, number 10, Hallie Britton, number 20, Olivia Needens, and rounding it off is number 30, Kelsey Kinneberg. Who's your star player here tonight, Austin?
Well, I talked about the dark horse and Hallie Britton, and then Allie Coash and Anna Eldridge. They're kind of that 1-2 punch we talk about a lot this year. But I think the biggest part of this team tonight, I don't have an impact player because if they want to win this game, everybody has to be the impact player. Everyone has to be in, at least a couple players have to be in double digits. They're going to have to score a lot of points tonight, Caleb, if they want to win this game. And I've seen them put up 67 points against Wellington in a game previously this year, but they only score 59.1 a game. They're going to have to up that by 5, 6, 7 points, keep their defensive production at the level it's been, if not better, and they're going to be successful tonight. Try to pick up a league win. If they do pick up one more win on the season, that's a better record than what they had last year. And for this young team, that's a stepping stone in the right direction.
Well, the starters here for the Mustangs. First off, number 11, Landry Stewart. And then after that, number 24, Michaela Cunningham. You talked about her. And then number 33, Hampton Williams. Been a force inside this year. We talked about her enough. That's Aubrey Kearse, number 35 for the Mustangs. And rounding us off is number 42, Madison Freeman. And Austin, we know Aubrey Kearse can get it done. We expect her to get it done. Other than her, who would you say the impact player is here for the Mustangs?
Well, I talked about Michaela Cunningham. She's a pretty good shooter. She can work around the arc. But this Mustangs team, they have a lot more height on the inside. They can use that to their advantage. And Hampton Williams, a junior for this team. She's going to be wearing number 33. She's going to be a pretty good player for this Salina Central team. And she's standing at 6 foot tall, which is the tallest player on the court, Caleb. So Valley Center is going to have their hands full. And we know that. They know that. They're going to have to put it to them tonight and try to pick up a league win like I talked about. It's coming down to the last couple of games. This is when teams need to get hot at the right time. Valley Center can put some things together in these next couple of games. They can go in the playoffs with a pretty good feeling.
Well, here they are on the offensive side, getting us started off, being the away team here in Salina Central Gym. Here is Needens. Passing a good cut from Eldridge, a wild layup, it's off the mark. And an offensive board by Kinneberg. Back out here to Coash and some good passing inside here. Eldridge, short corner jumper, and she has the first points of the night.
Well, look at the ball movement right there. The first shot was, it was a little bit open. Eldridge kind of forced it up a little bit because she lost her footing when she got the pass. But other than that, the Hornets did a great job to move the ball well right there.
Well, there is the in-your-face shooting of Aubrey Keir. She knocks down a 3 right there. And
they're gonna run set plays to her all night if they can. Allie Coash, she has to work through screens, know that, and the Hornets defense got to help a little bit as Coash's will be screened multiple times tonight.
Well, Austin, she is shooting 49% from around the arc.
And Caleb, that's an outstanding number in any level of basketball, not only high school girls varsity basketball. I mean, 49%, that's almost making half your shots from around the arc. And we saw it against Eisenhower when this Hornets team played Kennedy Nicholson just last time they played. One player can take over a game in an instant. So Valley Center's got to be able to guard her defensively, and then on offense, match the opportunities that she's going to give, and the Hornets got to score multiple possessions in a row.
Well, they certainly did that with a nice cut from Eldridge. She missed the layup, though. Here are the Mustangs. It's Kirst on the baseline drive. She's guarded by Coash. Kick out there, right side is Cunningham, and a missed layup there, boarded by Kinneberg. Pushing the pace.
I think the Hornets, the way they like to play, the way they need to play today is fast, but under control. I say it a lot because the Hornets, if they turn the ball over too many times, slow it down a little bit, but push the floor and play fast. It all comes down to off-ball movement and things to that nature. Because the Hornets, if they can do that, they can start succeeding.
Well, inside is Coash, and it's Eldridge. Needens up top, a right-handed drive, and she's fouled in the process. Fouled by Madison Freeman.
Well, Valley Center's offense, it has the energy. The energy's there. That's what you like to see. And players are driving in. You saw Coash do it. Needens did it. And Eldridge has already done it in this game. Drive in, create something, maybe try to find the pass outside or anything to that nature. Because if the Hornets can push the ball into the inside, they can also knock down threes on the outside when they get a chance.
Well, off the mark on both shots is Needens, but Austin, I would also argue on the offensive side, not only seen a lot of drives, but off-ball movement has been quite proficient as well.
Yeah, Caleb, and that's where this Hornets team has grown this year. We didn't see that at the beginning of the year. Now, you see it almost every game.
Well, what a move by Aubrey here. She has the bucket to go 5-2 now.
Well, not only does she shoot well from three, she just puts the ball in the hoop. She's a natural-born scorer, and she does it well. She's a junior with 1,000 points. That's already a sign that she's a great player no matter what. And she's going to come out, and like I said, you're not going to be able to stop her, but you can't let her take over a game.
Well, here are the Hornets working motion around the arc. Eldridge inside, and a layup. It's off the mark, but she's fouled in the process.
Right there. Coash put the ball on the floor. Everyone who had the ball on that possession at least took a dribble. And I know it seems like a simple task, but that's something that's very important that this team has started to develop over the year is being able to shoot, or excuse me, not shoot, to be able to dribble, put the ball on the floor, and create. The biggest part of high school basketball is creating something for your teammates or being able to create something for yourself.
Well, right there, Tyler Vidrickson and Chalisha Samilton both check in from the Mustangs. And making it 5-3 now. Eldridge knocks down her second free throw. And Oliverson checked in as well for the Hornets. Here they are from the outside. Vidrickson inside. And nothing there off the hands of Oliverson.
Well, Caleb, that was good defense by Oliverson, and it was Kinneberg who went down. She had the help defense if it wasn't there. And here's what the Hornets have to realize is they're doing it to Coash on the other end. Is Cunningham is in the face of Coash the whole time. Somebody has to be in the face of Aubrey Kirsch every single minute of the possession. Right now she's wide open. She's going to try to take advantage of it.
Well, there she is doing just that. She's off the mark on her second three-pointer of the possession. Here comes Eldridge. Pushing the pace, and she'll slow it back down. Half-court offense here for the Hornets. Here's Kinneberg. Moving it around the arc. Coash guarded by Vidrickson. A spin move inside and a left-handed layup. Coash has the bucket. Tie ball game.
Well, Caleb, but they're the Hornets right now. You're playing good. This is what you want. And if Aubrey Kirsch can miss a couple of shots, then that's all that has to happen for the Hornets to be able to take control in their own manner. But Valley Center has to keep doing what they're doing offensively, grab rebounds, eliminate the second chance opportunities. They're doing that well right now.
Well, here's Britton from deep, not there. Aboard by Hampton Williams. Pushes
and I like that shot, Caleb. It was a quick shot, but it was wide open, and we know Britton can find her shot. And if she can find her shot, she's going to start shooting even better than what she is now. And so that right there, unlucky that it didn't go in, but it was a good opportunity.
Well, it was Samilton who has the bucket inside. Here's Eldridge carrying it down. 2 points separate these squads with a mere 3:15 remaining. Here's Eldridge, short jumper, not there. And aboard by Vidrickson. She'll push the pace ahead to Kirsch, who's wide open from deep. It's through.
Well, we saw her do that multiple times in the first matchup, and look at what Cunningham is doing to Coash right now. They know that Coash in the last performance she put on a pretty good outing, and so they want to eliminate everything from her. And she's gonna be guarded and try not to let that get that first pass. That's what the Hornets need to do to Kirsch.
Oh, what a cut there by Hallie Britton, and the assist comes from Kinneberg. So 3 points separate these squads. Inside there, Cunningham with a pass up to Samilton, and a foul called from behind on Oliverson. Or my apologies, they'll get Britton on that one.
Well, that's why this Salina Central team is so good, because they have the presence on the inside that they can push it in and get Samilton involved. And you know, obviously she just had a bucket moments ago. Now she's at the free throw line. But then they also have the shooting capability on the outside. So Valley Center, we know coming in, they're going to have their hands full tonight, but they're doing a good job. 7 points up to this point, only down 3, could be down 4 with this free throw, but Valley Center's doing what they need to do and just got to play right the whole game.
Well, Needhams and George checked in while you were talking, Austin, and an offensive board came from Cunningham. What a move by Kirsch, and has the bucket inside.
Well, right now she's taking over the game, Caleb. That's what I said the Hornets can't have her do. Valley Center, and then mainly Allie Coash right now. And I could say this, but she needs to pick it up on defense, because no matter what, you can stop any player on any given day. And she's going to have a good first quarter, but then be shut out 3 quarters. So Valley Center's got to have that mindset right now.
Well, here is Macy George up top. But Austin, one of my favorite things about this Mustangs offense is that you talked about their size in the middle, and it has the ability to create drives for their guards. In transition, it is Williams who has the bucket. And so a timeout by the Hornets. We will be back here in just a moment.
Parents' biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And there's that loud drum line I talked about, Austin, and early on. The Hornets find themselves down 14-7. What is Coach Preheim saying in the huddle?
Well, Caleb, first of all, this Hornets need to take a deep breath a little bit. I think Valley Center right now, they were playing comfortable until Aubrey Kears started making some buckets that you don't normally see in a high school basketball game, especially here in Kansas, really, because sometimes McDonald's All-Americans can make those types of shots, but it's kind of a culture shock when you have a girl making those types of shots efficiently like Aubrey Kears does. Valley Center just needs to take a deep breath and play their game.
Well, a block from behind, and it's Needens who records it. Here comes Eldridge, push up ahead. Here comes Coash, thought about the jumper, a spin move, and a kick out there. Some good passing with that 1-2 punch that you call it, Austin, but a steal by Vidrickson. Here comes Williams, the 6-foot junior in transition, and off the mark from Samilton.
Well, these are little things that the Hornets can capitalize on. They weren't able to capitalize on the fast break moments ago. Salina Central wasn't, so now Valley Center got to put the ball in the hoop right here.
Well, here they are trying to do just that. Under 30 seconds remaining on the clock here in the first quarter. Here's Coash up top.
Hornets are going to try to run the set play, try to get that last shot of the quarter, try to gain momentum. They've only scored 7 points in the quarter so far. Not terrible, but they need to produce a little bit more here in the final 10 seconds.
Well, here's Eldridge, 5 seconds. Inside, a layup, and it's blocked. A push ahead to Kirsch, and that is going to do it for the first quarter. 14-7, your score. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Coash, and we'll see you back here in just. Eight minutes gone here in this contest. 14-7 is your score. And Austin, what'd you see in that first quarter?
Well, Caleb, I think it's pretty simple. I saw Aubrey Kirsten, and she was able to knock down some shots at an alarming rate that Valley Center is not used to seeing. But then I also saw the inside game be effective. And Valley Center, they're going to switch into a 1-3-1, which leaves open the 3-ball. But they're doing it because Eldridge and Coash are right now on the bench. Get them some rest, get them back in there. They'll play a man-to-man soon. But right now, they need to do everything they do, which they did on that possession, Caleb, to stop Aubrey Kirsten, this offense. And if they're in their zone, make sure you switch, or not switch, you get to your zone and you make sure you cover the three-point line and also the inside too.
Well, here are the Hornets. A light press here from the Mustangs, a man-to-man press. It's George over to Needens. And then Oliverson playing in the paint against Samilton. A good cut there by Kinnenberg and has the layup with the left hand.
Well, Kinnenberg, she started out the year, we knew she was a great shooter, but lately she's been able to produce on the inside multiple times. And right there was a travel, and I don't think even the crowd noticed it, except for a few parents. But that's what the Valley Center, they need this. They need those little things to be able to come back in this game, make it a little bit interesting, but more importantly, gain confidence in themselves. They know how good this Salina Central team is, but they can also beat anyone.
And right there, missed layup from Needens. A minute gone here in the second quarter. It's Callan Hall handling it. Cunningham over to Stewart. looking inside, and it's Hall up top. Cunningham working with it up top, and one of the biggest parts of her game is she's able to spread the floor and been able to pull a couple players outside. It's Kirst on the missed three-point attempt. Here comes Kinneberg.
Well, like I said, Caleb, she can have one great quarter and have 3 quarters that, you know, aren't as production. Yeah, you knock on wood, but, you know, any player on any given night is able to be stopped in any given quarter, too. So Valley Center, they need to capitalize on those missed shots by Kirst when she was really wide open on that last shot.
Well, there's a good job by George containing her in transition after a missed shot from the Hornets. Inside, a layup and a foul called. It's a block on Hallie Britton. A tough call right there against the Hornets. Britton's second. And foul margin is 3-2. Kirst knocks down her first. 3 Hornets check in. It's Rachel Edwards, Michaela Hayden, and Allie Koash. And then in for the Mustangs, number 33, Hampton Williams. And Cunningham will head to the bench. Second free throw off the mark and offensive board. It's Hall from deep, and she'll knock it down. So here is Needens, and the Hornets trying to break this press. It's a 1-2-2. Here's Needens over to Koash. It's Kinneberg from the high post, looking to work it inside. Coach Preheim not happy with that last play. Inside is Kinneberg, not there, and a foul on the play.
Well, Caleb and Preheim, rightfully so, mad at his team right there. It's, you know, it's not really mad. It's just trying to get his team to see what was open, as Hayden underneath was wide open and could have got some easy 2 points, but Valley Center didn't see her. And, you know, he called it selfishness. I think a little bit of it is inexperience and just trying to break the press. A lot of this team this year has tried to break the press by passing around. And sometimes you just got to put the ball on the floor and go vertical with it and not horizontal on the court.
Well, right there, Kinneberg with a made free throw makes it double digits for the Hornets, 18-10 now. Here is Kirst inside over Edwards. And what a layup by Aubrey Kirst. It falls, and she's fouled in the process.
Oh, my goodness, Caleb. And Aubrey Kirst, you know, we see a lot of good players, Caleb, and it's always fun to watch them, and it's always fun to just look at greatness. And a lot of times, it's usually on a different team that we're watching some of these great players. But, you know, not to say Valley Center doesn't have great players, but we see them a lot. So Aubrey Kirst right there, great play to get to the basket, and even better finish.
Well, I think we see the Hornets on a daily basis, so some of their talent comes expected from us, and we give them a lot of appreciation for that. It's Rachel Edwards on the bucket, but I think you mentioned it earlier, the culture shock to see a player like that from Kansas knocking down wild shots. It's just amazing.
Hornets need to push the pace. They have the momentum right now, Caleb. 21-12, and it doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like they have the momentum, but with the energy they're playing with right now, they have more momentum, I should say, than what is expected with the score. So Valley Center, capitalize on the little things. There's a ton of time in this game, and a 9-point deficit at halftime is not terrible, especially knowing how good this team can be. So Valley Center's got to keep doing their little things right. And right now they've only scored 12 points. They need to put some more points on the board here in the second quarter and you know, try to end half on a good note.
Well, here is Kinneberg. And a deep three from Edwards, not there. A board by Cunningham. And a foul called. And they will get Needens on that one. And Austin, The Hornets' schedule not getting much easier from this. This Saturday, they'll play Andover Central, and then from there, they'll play Andover, who they've already lost to. Lost in a tough matchup, obviously, with the Mustangs. What would you tell this team in games to come?
Well, Caleb, you know, I know you're not getting to it, but I want to make sure I reiterate that the season's not over. This game's not over, and there's a lot of time in this game, obviously, but then between now and Saturday, I'm pretty sure they're going to have a practice tomorrow. You would know better than me, Caleb, but the girls are going to have a practice tomorrow, and then Saturday. It's a Saturday game. You don't usually play on Saturday. You usually have school, and then you come play. You got to have that mindset. Andover Central, they're not going to have school on a Saturday either. So there's always a different dynamic when you play a game that's out of your normal schedule that you always like to do. So Valley Center's got to play with a fire that they've never had before in these final minutes of this game, and then also in the next game ahead of them.
Well, 21-12 halfway through this second quarter. And the Hornets have stuck it out pretty well compared to this last matchup between these squads. A takeaway from Kirst, one-on-one. Waits for a teammate, and a layup by Kirst. A timeout called. A full timeout, so we'll be back here in just a minute at Hornet Studio. 3:19 remaining here in this second quarter. And Austin continues to be loud in here, but what have you seen so far in the first half? And if you're Coach Preheim, what are you telling this Hornet squad?
Well, Caleb, obviously we've seen a lot of good basketball from this Salina Central team. They're a great team for a reason, and Valley Center, they gotta adapt the mindset. We saw Caleb Harden do it in the last game against Eisenhower, where the ball was on the floor and Harden jumped for it. I mean, he sprawled out there. Caleb Harden, one of the boys basketball players for this team, and if you've ever watched our boys team play, you see the fire within them. They're not going to let a maybe more talented team beat them because they straight up have the will to win. Valley Center right now, this girls team needs to have that will, that will to win. Everyone going for the ball, playing good defense, running the floor, guarding number 35 with your everything you got, your heart, and that's what Valley Senior needs to adapt right now. And I think Coach Preheim needs to tell his girls that, especially at halftime, but even this late going, they got to do everything they got in the last 2:54 of this quarter, and then the final 16 minutes, because that's what Valley Center's lacking right now.
Well, Austin, a rare missed shot there from Kirst, and then out of bounds off the hands of Williams, and then a foul called on Kirst. I believe that is her first, Austin. 6th team foul of the half. It is Kirst first.
Well, Caleb, one way to get a good player on the bench, we say it all the time, is to get her in foul trouble. Right now she has 2. Pick up maybe one more, or excuse me, that's 1. Pick up maybe 1 or 2 more here in the final couple of minutes to attack her. She is a good defender, but she's also not inevitable. She's someone that can be attacked on the inside and draw a foul on her and try to get her on the bench for a little bit of this game.
Well, inside, what a layup there by Hampton Williams in transition. And here are the Hornets. It's Macy George. 13 points separating these teams. Just a mere 2:15 remaining in this first half. A missed shot there from Hayden, and it's Kirst who grabs the rebound. She'll push it down the court. Inside, and then a kick out. And Cunningham from deep. There she is, firing it and knocking it down.
Well, Cunningham, she can shoot. We saw her last year as in this gym. She knocked down a couple of threes, and she was only a freshman back then. Can't imagine how much her shots improved now with these now her being a sophomore.
Well, here is Kirst. What a move, and she'll knock down the three in the face of a defender. 1:30 remaining in this second quarter.
Well, Caleb, right there, that's sheer I'm gonna be better than you right there by Aubrey Kears, as that's what the Valley Center Hornets need to adapt. Maybe not that shot. I wouldn't recommend anyone else shooting that shot besides Aubrey Kears in this gym. But I think it's more the defensive side, as we know she's gonna shoot that shot. How do I stop her?
Well, here are the Hornets. Just over a minute remaining in the half, and it's Koash who knocks down a layup. Here are the Mustangs. It's Williams looking for Cunningham. A good move by Cunningham. Kirst being guarded by George, and waiting out to take the last shot. It is Chris Fear directing his team, and over and back called on Kirst as she lost the ball.
And Caleb, you know, you never want to say she was too cocky about it, but it was just that presence that she got a little bit too flashy, I would say. And that's where she's a great player. She can do that, but Valley Center now you have the rest of this quarter in your hands. Where are you going to put it? You've had a second quarter where the Mustangs have shot unbelievable from behind the arc, and now Valley Center, what are you going to do to try to get this back within a little bit better reach before the end of the half? 15 seconds.
Well, we'll see what they do here, Austin. Here's Eldridge. 5 seconds now. Inside, a floater from Koash off the mark there on a board. Knocked away, and last second. That is going to do it for the first half of women's varsity basketball here on Hornet Studios. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Koash, and we'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Good evening, basketball fans. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Koash, and we're halfway through this women's varsity matchup. Your score 31-14. The Mustangs hopped out to a huge lead early on, and Hornets have trailed ever since, all to the likeness of Aubrey Kirsch. Austin, what would you say the Hornets did well in that first half, and what can they improve on here?
Well, Caleb, it was mainly in the first quarter. They were able to contain the three-point line, and it was really just Aubrey Kirsch doing her thing. That's really the only reason they went up to a 14. It was 14-7 at one point. Now 31-14, our score. And I think, and I said it in the first half, it's all mindset because, I think the biggest thing that basketball, in my opinion, the biggest part about basketball and really any sport is the mental aspect. If you have the mental aspect of the game down, you can work with talent and your talents in a way. And so I think Valley Center has to adapt that mindset where, yeah, Aubrey Kirsch is good, but she's not unguardable. And in the first quarter, it kind of seemed like she was, but right now Valley Center's not sticking with her, and she don't let her have the opportunity to have the ball in her hands, and when she does, she wants to shoot it. So if she misses a couple more shots and in ways like that, they can get her frustrated and come out on top if they can come back in this.
Well, I would certainly agree that the Hornets did a better job of containing her in that second quarter, just being on her at all times. The rest was her own doing, knocking down some insane shots. As for the Mustangs, what did they do well?
Well, they used their strengths. They have the three-point shooting. It was also number 3, Callan Hall, who knocked down a three-point shot. And so this Mustangs team, they have their strengths on the inside and the outside. They can score on the inside. They have 2 6-footers, and then they can also obviously shoot the three ball. So they're using their strengths to their advantage. They've done it all season. That's why they're in the position they are this year, where they're a top team in the state.
Well, here are the Mustangs starting off this second half with the ball. It's Cunningham over to Stewart, working it around the arc, and a newfound resurgence of energy here for the Mustangs. They certainly seem to be playing with quite a purpose on that first possession, but it's a board by Kitteberg.
Well, Koash did the right thing. She was on Kirsch way out past NBA range in the three-point shot, and Kirsch drove in. Koash just has to be able, just that extra step, be ahead of the game, because Kirsch has that first step.
Well, what a move by Koash, and then a kick out there to Kitteberg, who nails the three-pointer.
Well, Caleb, the game's nowhere near over, and that's why I said adapt that to that mindset. The Hornets could try to come back in this game and make it a lot more interesting.
Inside, it's Cunningham. She's fouled by Needens.
Well, the reason this Salina Central team's so good is not only do they have the inside presence and Aubrey Kirsch and some of the shooters, Michaela Cunningham, doesn't score a whole lot, but she's able to space the floor. She's as tall as a big girl, a center position, but she's at 5'9", standing at 5'9". She looks a little bit taller than that, in my opinion. But they have her listed at 5'9", but she's lengthy. She has the ability to score on the inside and on the outside.
So after knocking down both of those, it's Eldridge up top here, guarded by Landry Stewart. Inside to Needens, a good cut from Britton, loses handles on it to take away by Kirsch.
Well, Kirsch got beat right there, but she was able to just find the ball. That's what she does so well. She's just able to find the ball. She gets her teammates involved right there.
Well, Samilton with a bucket in transition. Needens kick out to Eldridge, trying to work inside. Over to Needens. A good cut yet again from Britton, loses handles on it, kick out to Kitteberg. And here's Eldridge resetting a right-handed drive and a crafty layup. She's fouled in the process by Stewart, her third.
Okay, the Hornets, no need to try to chuck up shots right now. Just make the shots that you take, and they're doing that well. Made a 3 just minutes ago, and then right there, a drive by Eldridge. She didn't force anything. She let the offense set, and then she drove in, made her layup, which she missed a couple in the first half, and then she's pretty much money from the charity stripe this year. She knocks down that one.
Well, converting on the three-point play, Austin, that's huge. 15 points is the difference here. Out to Cunningham, a miscommunication, and I'm not going to say it too early, but starting to see a little bit of fluster from the Mustangs. We'll see if that continues.
Well, Caleb, the reason that happened was because Allie Koash was in the face of Kierce, and in that, she took away the pass. She took away any chance that Kierce could have gotten to get the ball, and that's perfect. That's what you want to do, because her teammates want to have. If the ball's in Aubrey Kierce's hands, that's where her teammates feel comfortable. They know what their role is, and they know what her role is. Take away the factor of her having the ball in her hands every possession, and then you start to see where they get a little bit flustered, Caleb.
Well, here the Hornets offensively inside. Britton loses handles on it. She's had some great cuts on the past couple possessions, but a foul called. They'll get Koash on that one after Cunningham's defensive board.
Well, Britton did a great job. You talked about the cuts. Well, now all the Hornets need to do that. They need to cut hard, look for the ball when they cut, catch the ball, put it up fast, and play fast, but not out of control. And that's what the Hornets' mantra needs to be in the late going.
Well, an effort play after Williams loses the ball. My apologies. Here's Kinneberg pushing it ahead to Britton. Looking inside. Kick out to Koash. A hop step and then a left-handed drive, and she's fouled by Samilton.
And the Hornets seeming like they have a little resurgence in them. And this Salina Central team, they don't sub in a lot of players. We have one sub at the scores table right now. But for the most part, they try to keep it the same group of about 6-7 girls. And for Valley Center, who has some depth, they can put in some role players. They're going to have to take advantage of that. And especially, like I said, attack some of those good players. Try to get fouls drawn on them. And you got to hit your free throws, but that could be a recipe to try to come back with.
Well, it is Koash who knocks down both free throws. Macy George checks in for Hallie Britton, and then Callan Hall checked in for Landry Stewart just now. Here are the Mustangs, led by Cunningham, who's running the point right now. She's looking inside. Great defense by Eldridge. And a timeout called by Chris Fear of the Mustangs. So we will see you back here at Hornet Studios in just a moment. Welcome back here to Hornet Studios. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Koash. 13 points is the difference here, Austin, and we've seen a resurgence from the Hornets, as you talked about. Chris Fear in great time to take a timeout. What do you think he's saying in the huddle there to the Mustangs?
Well, the Mustangs know the standard, and they've had a standard set all year, and they need to get back to it. They're turning the ball over a little bit too much, and it's causing their defense to not get back in time, and the Hornets are able to exploit that a little bit. But Valley Center, that's what you need to do. Like I said, play fast but not out of control. As long as they're playing fast, everyone moving off ball, and they're not turning the ball over at a super alarming rate, that's how they can win. That's how this Hornets team can get back into this game.
Well, here is Kinneberg and then George. A takeaway by Cunningham. One-on-one in transition. And then it's Samilton with a great late cut and has the bucket. So here's Eldridge. Koash up top. She's being guarded by Hall. George being guarded by Kierst. Loose ball grabbed by Callan Hall, and then it's Cunningham who will push the pace. Looking to run it down the court. Cunningham guarded by Eldridge, and then it's Williams. Hall from the corner over to Kierst. Inside, a floater off the mark from Kierst. And a loose ball finally picked up by Oliverson. Here comes Eldridge in transition. Cross-court pass deflected by Cunningham. Here she is, 2-on-1. It's George on the defense, and Kirst has the layup.
Well, Caleb, and I don't want to pick on this Hornets team too much, but what I saw right there, it's just not that mindset. And there was 3 Hornets back in the back, and only 1 Hornet went down there to try to stop the pass. And no matter what, you should always be hustling in the game of basketball. There should never be a time where you just jog down the court, especially on a fast break.
Well, a jump ball right there off a missed jumper. And then it's Britton and Nelson and Needens who check in for the Hornets. We talked about Britton and Needens, but Nelson, another role player that you talked about wanting to develop depth. And another player who's going to be a future of this Valley Center Hornets team, Austin. A charge called. And that will be a foul called on Olivia Needens off ball offensively. Here's Cunningham. It's Hall, guarded by Koash. Back on over to Williams. Good passing here. Inside, and what a pass there. Samuelson has the bucket, and the assist goes to Cunningham. Here's Britton pushing it down the floor. Over to Koash. Another good cut from Britton. This time she gets it on over to Oliverson, and Oliverson has the bucket.
Well, both teams doing a little bit of inside game on the last couple of possessions. Good passing. The guard play is phenomenal, and then the inside, just the big center girls are being able to put it in.
Well, Williams right there went after her own rebound, tried to get the bucket, and a jump ball, I believe is what it's called. No, they got a foul. And they'll get that on Hampton Williams. Checking in here for the Hornets, Sakura Smith in for Oliverson. And Austin, we saw that core of 5 or 6 girls early on, and Coach Priam trying to work some more depth players now.
Well, Caleb, it's getting late in the season, and want to develop some of these young players. This team is really just made up of sophomores and juniors, and so there's a bright future ahead if these girls can get some playing time, get comfortable on the varsity court. But then you want to look at it as this Hornets team. They've struggled a little bit as a young team. But you talk about the Mustangs, man. They're a young team. They got a lot of sophomores and juniors, but they're out here putting on a show, being one of the best teams in the state. So Valley Center, they're going to have their hands full for the next couple of years. But I think this matchup, as years go on, and I'm not saying this game's over because it's clearly not, but I think this matchup gets a lot more interesting in the next couple of years.
When you mention the young play of the Mustangs, only one senior on this team, and it's Madison Freeman, who started but hasn't played a lot of minutes here. It's mostly been those underclassmen you talked about. And then a foul called on Callan Hall, her first. Under 2 minutes remaining here in the third. It's Koash at the line. Off the mark on the first one. She's shooting 51% from the charity stripe. And knocks down the second one. So here's Cunningham. Inside, Cunningham loses handles on it, and a turnover there in favor of the Hornets.
And this is where Valley Center, if they want to come back into this game down 16 points, and those mistakes like that this Central team makes, that gets them a little bit flustered, like you talked about. And now Cunningham wants to try to make up for it somehow. And so if Koash or someone, whoever is being guarded by her, can make up for it a little bit and try to get her a little bit more flustered, that's what the Hornets need.
Look at the ball handling moves there by Koash, but then Smith loses handles on it. Here comes Williams in transition. One-on-one with Needens, and a kick out there. A charge called on Hampton Williams.
Well, I talked about Hallie Britton being a dark horse at the beginning of this game. I thought it'd be more in the points section, but she's done everything. She's made the cuts that the Hornets need that the Hornets needed to try to find points on the inside. She's been able to play good defense. Last possession, she caused the turnover. This possession, she draws a charge, and now it's headed the other way, Caleb.
Well, here are the Hornets facing a press. What appears to be a man-to-man press. Britton will break it single-handedly. 1:10 remaining here in the third.
Well, Caleb, and go back to that press real quick. Salina Central is only running that if the Hornets pass. If they pass, then Salina Central is going to try to steal the pass. But if somebody just puts the ball on the floor, like I talked about, and go vertical with it, that's what they're going to back off, and they're just going to play their half-court defense.
Well, what a pass there from Cunningham to Hall, and a bucket to go. A foul called as well, and Hall heads to the line for the three-point play.
Well, Callan Hall, she hit a three earlier. She got the layup, and looks like it's going to be a foul called after the layup, so it'll just stay with Salina Central. But she's only a freshman for the Salina Central team. You can tell she all smiles right there as her teammates and everyone in the stands cheering her on. It's always cool to see a freshman do things like that.
Well, and she did play in the C-team game earlier, only a half, but certainly had an impact in that one. 35 seconds remaining here in the third. A three-point shot from Kinneberg, and off the backboard, the bank is open. A timeout, a 30-second timeout by the Hornets. We'll be back here at Hornet Studios in just a minute.
To Valley Center, a beautiful, friendly community just 9 miles north of downtown Wichita. Come discover Valley Center and take a walk through historic downtown. Check out unique restaurants, shop at locally owned businesses, or play around at Valley Point Golf Course. Valley Center is building on its proud heritage while welcoming new ideas, new businesses, and new families. Valley Center will exceed your expectations. Discover Valley Center, an incredible place to call home.
Welcome back, basketball fans. 30 seconds remaining here in this third quarter. And while we were talking earlier, a technical called on Coach Preheim. He's not happy about that one, but.
Well, Caleb, and what happened was Coach Preheim thought that that play just moments ago where Hall was underneath looked like she got fouled right as she shot the shot. It should have been an and one, if anything, but they got the ball underneath. And so Coach Preheim was just bickering over at the ref about it. And finally, when he called the timeout after that three, he said one more thing, and I guess that was the last straw. But if Aubrey Kearse kind of does a ball don't lie right there, she misses her first, obviously she's going to have another plus the ball.
Well, she'll make 1 for 2 there, and Hamilton will check in. 30 seconds remaining here in the third. Mustangs, do you think they'll hold it out for last possession, Austin? So here's Cunningham up top. 16 points is the difference. It's Kirst guarded by Britton. 15 seconds here. Looking for a set play. It's Williams guarded by Kinneberg. 5 seconds. What a pass, and tipped away by Britton. In transition, last few seconds. A long shot from Britton, off the mark by just a hair. 44-28 your score. After 3 quarters gone, we'll see you back here for the fourth and final quarter.
Parents' biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
We apologize there. Foul called on Britton. She's taking some 0-0 free throws. She'll knock down 2 for 3 there. But Austin, We're entering the fourth and final quarter. I talked about the Hornets' upcoming schedule. They'll play Andover Central on Saturday, who's ranked #1 in 5A compared to this Mustangs 6th in 5A. And then from there, they play Andover, who they already lost to. How do you set them up for the rest of the season?
Well, Caleb, the Hornets, they've had their hands full all season. They've had a very tough schedule. And obviously, Andover Central, they've had to play them twice. They're going to have to play them twice this year. And then Salina Central, another team. They're in our league. You have to play them twice. Eisenhower, a very good team, a top 10 team in 5A, that they had to play twice. So, you know, a lot of the losses, they're 7-10, the Hornets are, but a lot of the losses have been by quality opponents. You think back to at the beginning of the season, they played the Sterling Black Bears. Sterling, one of the top in their class, and then Andale, one of the top teams in their class. So Valley Center, they've had their hands full all year, but if they can pick up one of these quality wins, because they've had some good wins, but I wouldn't say really quality, great team wins that they can beat these great teams. They pick up one of those and then head into either sub-state, and then moving on from that next year to have that confidence in themselves and in that team. That's what they need here in the next, either this game or the next game against Andover Central.
Well, as for the Mustangs, they'll go on to play Andover. Then from there, travel to Newton and play right here versus Arc City. Their schedule looking bright for them. A foul called. Hamilton heading to the line for an and one. And a made three-point play by Hamilton. So here are the Hornets. They trail by 17. Austin, what is your key to break that margin?
Well, Caleb, it's the fourth quarter. Anything can happen. But I think the biggest thing that needs to happen is to be able to create something and create three-point opportunities. I'd like to see, at the end of the year some of these players develop a drive and inside game. We've seen it throughout the year. All these different players have kind of come into their own, but now they all got to put it together a little bit better. Because what you see with Salina Central is everybody can move the ball. Everyone's on the same page. Right now, it looks like sometimes this Hornets team, a little bit on different pages, and that's where we see some of those mental turnovers. That's something to grow on here coming of late in the season.
Well, it is Eldridge who knocks down her first. And the second one made as well by Eldridge. 15 points is the difference here after two made free throws. It's Cunningham who will lead the point. Right-handed drive, and what a move by Cunningham. She misses the layup, though. It's Britton who will push it. So up top here is Olivia Needens, a right-handed drive around Hamilton, missed layup, and an offensive board, and a foul called on Hamilton. She's not happy about that one. Nonetheless, Britton heading to the line for two on that shooting foul.
Well, this is what you like to see if you're the Hornets. Play fast and get out into transition. Try to get some points fast, and you never want to show any signs of giving up in a basketball game. And I think we've seen that a couple of times this year, but that's where the growth comes in. These girls have not given up since in any game that I've seen as of late.
Well, 1 for 2 there from the charity stripe is Hallie Britton. Here's Cunningham, guarded by Eldridge. A dribble handoff, Kirsch looking inside. She's guarded by Koash. And what a set of passes there. Finds Cunningham wide open, and she'll knock it down from deep.
Well, right there, Koash did a great job to guard Aubrey Kirsch, but that's why this team is 12-4, because Cunningham and some of these other girls, they can shoot just as well if they're open.
Well, here's Cunningham over to Kirsch. A head fake from Kirsch. Looking on the inside. And around the arc it goes. Cunningham to Stewart, on over to Williams. 2 minutes gone already in the fourth. Loose ball picked up by Stewart. And they'll say it's out of bounds off the hands of Stewart. So Hornet ball.
And Caleb, that's what I like to see if you're a Hornet fan especially, because we talked about Caleb Harden doing that same thing. If ball's on the ground, dive for it. Put your body on the line for your teammates.
Well, here's Koash after a Needham's missed three. An offensive board and taken away by Kinneberg. Here's Needham's. Over to Britton, wide open from deep, not there. And finally a defensive board for the Mustangs. It's Williams who picks it up. Here's Stewart from deep. And there it is. The lethal shooting from the Salina Central Mustangs, and there they are to convert. We will see you back here at Hornet Studios in just a minute.
Parents' biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
We welcome you back here to Hornet Studios. 53-33 is the difference here, and the Mustangs continue to dominate. A Landry Stewart three, and that was certainly a momentum shifter right before the timeout.
Well, Caleb, and the Hornets have to realize this is one of 3 games in a 6-day span, as the game got moved back from Tuesday. So there's okay, they are going to call it right there. I was going to have to say something if they didn't. But the Hornets, they have opportunities in the next week to end the season on a high note, especially with Andover coming up, which I feel like this whole team realizes they should not have lost last time to Andover. And then Andover Central, that's going to be another tough matchup. But they lost by 12 last time, and they actually outscored the Central Jaguars by I believe it was 3 points in the 3 quarters, and it was really the first quarter that killed them, as they were down a big margin in the first quarter. But they won 3 out of those quarters, so I think if they can win a couple of quarters in the next game, that's what they need.
Well, a board by Cunningham after a missed 3 from Koash, knocked away there. And it'll be off the hands of Kirsch, so Hornet ball here with 5:04 remaining in this contest. Here's Koash, guarded by Vidrickson. Eldridge to Edwards. Koash looking for the pick and roll with Hayden inside, and a missed shot. Pushing it ahead, here comes Kirsch. What a move by Kirsch, and we've seen it one time tonight. There's the second time, Austin.
Well, Caleb, this Salina Central team, they've been on fire from behind the arc. And when you're in your home gym, and it's a kind of an older gym, these rims are a little bit older than normal. And Valley Center, they play in more like a new rim setting. And I know it's just these technical things, but you just feel more comfortable shooting. And right now, Aubrey Kirsten and company, they feel so comfortable from behind the arc.
Well, inside it's Polk Darby, and she'll miss it there. An effort play by Eldridge and a jump ball called. Possession arrow in favor of the Hornets. Halfway through this fourth quarter, Austin Hope still staying alive on the court for the Hornets. What do they need to do to try and make a final push at a comeback?
Well, Caleb, the comeback, it could happen, it could not, but I think the biggest part is not giving up in a sense that, yeah, the game maybe out of reach, but you can't just give up. You can't just show defeat. You never want to show defeat in anything, and I know looking back on my sports career in high school, that's the one thing that coaches would always tell us, do not show a sign of defeat, because that's weakness. And they always say pain is weakness leaving the body. Well, pain in the fourth quarter, when the fourth quarter gets tough, when it's hard to show effort, how are the Hornets gonna react to that? And I think this team, that needs to be this team's mantra heading into next year, especially.
Oh, Cunningham right there gets the foul. And we mentioned it with last year's girls team, and as a young team, you can't appreciate it enough, is that effort. And if you continue to give effort in practice, in games, it only causes further development, which is exactly what you want if you're watching a team. And I've seen a lot of that this year from the Hornets. Eldridge knocks down our first. But checking in here is senior Madison Freeman in for Anya Polk Darby. And then Samara Rice sent to check in for the Hornets. Off the mark there and a board by Eldridge. And then it's Cunningham who has the board. Here's Vidrickson. Kirsch thought about it from deep. And here's Hampton Williams with a drive past Kinneberg. What a move by Williams, and she has the bucket. Well, here come the Hornets. It's Koash. Koash guarded by Vidrickson, and then Eldridge guarded by Cunningham. Kinneberg from deep, not there. And a board by Williams.
Well, Caleb, that's kind of in the story of the night for Valley Center when it comes to shooting percentages. They've had their struggles from behind the arc. Usually, you know, when this Hornets team is hitting, they can hit from deep and they can knock them down at an efficient rate. But tonight it just hasn't been there, and, you know, it shows on the scoreboard a little bit.
Here is Williams. And good on her first. Checking in here, Ashlyn Nelson. And Callan Hall checks in. And there's Williams, who knocks down her second. Anya Polk Darby checking in for Williams. 2:40 remaining in the fourth. Rice to inbound here against a Mustangs press. It's Koash here. Here's the offense from the Hornets. And pass falls out of bounds. Possession in favor of the Mustangs. And so here are the Mustangs. And Austin, right now, the announcer talking about the 1,000-point ceremony for Aubrey Kirsch. Very accomplished player, as we continue to talk about in this game, and just incredible to watch her play.
Well, Caleb, we saw the 1,000-point picture being taken before the game, and I think it's pretty evident why she scored 1,000 points. And, you know, I did the math. If you play all 4 years like she did, she's played all 4 years, all you really have to do, and I say all you really have to do, but all you have to do to get that is score 11 points per game, which is, in high school basketball, is not a number you see all the time, especially by a freshman through a senior. So Aubrey Kirsch, even though she probably hasn't averaged 11 all 4 years, she's only played 3, so we know she hasn't done that. She's been a phenomenal player.
Well, look at the quick math there by Austin Koash. It's Samara Rice who missed the free throw, or the three-pointer, my apologies. A travel called on Allie Koash. Sakura Smith checks in for Koash. And checking in here for the Mustangs is number 21, Jillian DeVoe, and number 22, Bryn O'Hara. And then Vidrickson and Hall heading to the bench. And here are the Mustangs, a minute 25 remaining. Fisher checked in as well, and it's Freeman on the inside. She's fouled. She'll head to the free throw line. First shot off the mark. But Austin, you mentioned one practice in between Saturday's game at home versus Andover Central. How do you recover?
Well, Caleb, we've talked about it multiple times. This Hornets team, they're going to have their hands full with Andover Central too. And I think really the biggest part of this Hornets team that's lacking right now is the mindset to be better than someone else. And you know, it's never that cockiness. You never want to have that, but it's just knowing that in a game I will play better than a great player, or I will be able to shut down someone to that caliber.
Well, checking in there is Asbay Peckham. Here are the Hornets. It's Edwards over to Rice. Here's Smith. Over to Edwards. And Austin, I would say this is the future of your Hornets team, but on the starting floor, we'll see just as many sophomores and juniors. And then Hayden, a senior, stays on the floor along with Rice. Two seniors on this floor, and certainly some great leadership. We've seen the bond that they've created as a team, and it's great to see. It's fun to watch as a team, and very exciting. Coach Trent Preheim has done a great job with them creating that team bond.
Well, Caleb, and what this Hornets team kind of has to keep in mind is they can get one more win. That would be better than last year. And you know, you say that you always want to improve from the last year. Some of these Hornets played last year. And Allie Coas, she was on the varsity court last year. Hallie Britton, so they were a part of the 7-13 team last year. Well, this year it could be an 8-12 team, or if they were to pick up one more win and then head into sub-state. But you know, there's always room for improvement for any team, but for this team especially, improve just by one win. That just shows. With a young team, that because last year there was quite a few seniors, that just shows this young team what their potential could be if they were to just, and I say just one win because we know Andover Central is going to be a very tough team to beat. But even if they win 2 games, they can go 9-11 on the year, and that would still be an improvement and something to look forward to for next year.
Well, here are the Mustangs, and they'll hold it out. So that is going to do it here at Salina Central High School. Your Hornets fall 63-35, a tough loss there, Austin. We talked about their remaining schedule. We will be live here at Hornet Studios on Saturday for this women's varsity game. Make sure to tune in for that. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Coash, and tune back in here in about 20 minutes for the start of the men's varsity game.
Hello and welcome here to Salina, Kansas, as your Valley Center Hornets are taking on the Salina Central Mustangs in a cold evening here. Caleb, about 2 minutes and 15 seconds before this first quarter starts, as your Hornets, they come in at 13-4, second in Ark Valley Chisholm Trail League Division II. Caleb, what do you got for us tonight?
Well, as for the Hornets, obviously they've been playing well as of late. And love what they've done on the defensive side, but they've really picked it up on the offensive side, scoring 56 at Eisenhower in a 56-47 victory. Then they beat Ark City, and then right before that, they beat Goddard. So this team has really picked it up on the offensive side, went from averaging 52 points per game at the beginning of the season to now almost 60 at this point. And I think they've done a great job getting offensive boards, 43% of their offensive boards with 11 second chance points a game. They've done a great job on the hustle plays, and that's been the biggest thing for their offense. As for the Salina Central Mustangs, they're 6-10 at the moment, and their biggest thing has been their defense. That has been their biggest pride so far this season. They've been a little bit lackadaisical so far on the offense, and one of the biggest reasons, they were missing one of their best players, that's Reed McHenry, but we'll get into that later. Defensively, they play mostly man-to-man, and they've been able to shut down some big teams. Their last game was at Goddard, 51-30 win, and then they played Eisenhower and lost by a mere 1 point at Eisenhower, and then they beat Andover Central right before this. But this is a team who has a lot of potential, and we've seen Valley Center travel to Salina Central before, and every single time it's resulted in good matchups. Sub-state soccer a few years ago, the football game this year went down to the wire, and then this matchup last year at Salina Central was a good matchup as well. You know it's going to be a good one here under the lights on a cold night.
Yeah, Caleb, in this gym, it's not full, it's not at full capacity, but there is a decent amount of people here, Caleb, for COVID regulations, but no matter what, it's a loud stadium no matter which way you think of it.
Well, that's certainly for sure. We talked about it with the drum line in the girls' game, and then the band showing up here with the rest of their instruments, and it's going to get really loud in here. Expect it to get really loud. That's the biggest atmosphere piece here.
Well, starting lineups for your Hornets are going to consist of number 1, Caleb Harden, number 2, Eli Isaacs, number 5, Braden Dalrymple, number 20, Gabe Phillips, and number 32, Noah Simmons. And then starting lineups for Salina Central is going to be number 35, Caden Kickhafer, one of the impact players for tonight's game. Number 2, Hayden Vidrickson, the junior. Number 10, Kenyon McMillan. Number 33, Nolan Puckett. Number 34, Reed McHenry. And as I mentioned, 35, Kickhafer. Caleb, what are your impact players for tonight's game?
Well, for the Hornets, I would say Gabe Phillips and Eli Isaacs, as we talked about in the girls' game, 1-2 punch. And then I feel like Noah Simmons can have a big impact as well. This is one of the more sizable teams that the Hornets have played so far this season. He's going to have a great game. And as I mentioned, his scoring has developed. He's done a great job on the rebounding side of things, and that's been huge. He's going to be my impact player for the Hornets. As for the Mustangs, we saw him last time. That's Caden Kickhafer. And then we didn't, unfortunately, get to see him last time. That's Reed McHenry. Those two guys are going to be the keys here. Kickhafer had 28 points, 10 rebounds versus Eisenhower, and he's going to be the biggest player you have to guard, along with McHenry, who the Hornets have yet to see. He's just as talented of a player, very strong in the middle, and I think it's going to be an interesting matchup here tonight, Austin.
Well, the visiting Hornets get the ball, and Eli Isaacs, as he has all season, is going to run the point for Valley Center. Here's Phillips, thought about the three. He's going to take the 10-foot jumper off the backboard. In for the first points of the night is number 20, Gabe Phillips.
Smooth like butter, Austin. I love the way he's developed that jumper, and we talk about it in high school basketball. That's such a valuable shot, and to see him hit it down, that's amazing.
And a three ball as the Hornets tried to put on some pressure. That three-point shot was knocked down by Reed McHenry.
Well, you mentioned the pressure right there, and it was actually Puckett who knocked down that three from the corner, but just recognizing the area, the spatial awareness is great to see from Puckett, and to be able to knock down that three early
Central Mustangs with the ball, or on defense right now, up 1 point, 6:45 to go. Isaacs and company trying to work their offense.
Well, that right there is what the Mustangs will do to you. They'll dominate you on the defensive side with their inside presence. Three-point shooting is going to be huge for the Hornets tonight.
Well, Caleb Harden knocks down a 3 right there, as he shoots lights out when he does shoot. He doesn't shoot a whole lot, though. Here is the Mustangs with the ball now.
Well, he's actually now the team's leading three-point shooter, and it's great to see from a guy who's starting to develop his scoring, not to mention the intangibles he brings with his leadership.
And here's Puckett, who hit a 3 on the first possession. He's going to shoot another one from the corner. That one long. Isaacs with the ball. He will throw it out of bounds off the kick-hafer, and it'll be Valley Center ball as they're up 2. Here is Cade Wilson checking into the game. He's going to take the place of Dalrymple.
Well, right there you see the effort play from both Isaacs and Kickhafer. They're both rushing for the ball. You see the contact. We're going to see that all night, and that's what makes this such a great matchup, Austin.
Here's Isaacs with it now. We'll try to work on McMillan. McMillan, a great defender. We saw his presence in the first game as he played great defense all over the Hornets.
Well, when we talked about before the game, he's one of the smaller running backs for this Mustangs team. It shows his athleticism, and it translates right onto the defensive side.
Harden drove in. He got fouled. As this Hornets team gets later in the year, you see players develop, and so far, Caleb Harden being the one probably most improved since the beginning of the year.
Well, and really look at any of these players. They've certainly developed. Cade Wilson, who's on the floor right now, continues to get comfortable on this varsity floor. Noah Simmons right there, as I'm saying it, has developed this scoring, and he's shot up and rebounding, now second on the team. But this has been huge. It's the developmental process, and it is to every team.
Well, Noah Simmons, the little soft touch on the bucket inside. Here is McHenry. Harden tried to draw the charge. Puckett out for 3. He knocks down another one for Salina Central.
Well, that's tough right there. Puckett yet again showing off his talent, spatial awareness, slides out there. He was 1 for 3 against Eisenhower and then hit a 3 against the Hornets. And just the spatial awareness is just amazing to watch.
McHenry, a steal. He's going to work against a couple of Hornets. He'll throw the ball away. That will be tipped off of Isaacs. Coach Unraw not agreeing with that one. And it will be Mustang ball. Braden Dalrymple back in for the Hornets as he'll take the place of Simmons.
Well, Austin, Hornets defensively continue to put on that pressure. I've talked about that's been their biggest thing, is being able to put on pressure defensively and then run their transition offense. That's been the key here for this team, and if they can continue to do it or start finding it, then they'll start winning this game.
And right there, the Hornets overcommit, and that is Kickhafer, who knocks down a 3 from the corner. If the Mustangs keep it up at this rate, the Hornets might have to make a switch, Caleb.
Well, Kickhafer at 6'4", we talked about his strength inside, but don't forget to mention his three-point shooting ability. 4 for 9 versus Eisenhower, and if you give him time, he'll knock it down.
No foul called on the Isaacs drive, and here come the Mustangs on the other end. McMillan trying to make a move. He'll get the ball out to Puckett, who shoots another one from deep, and he knocks it down.
Well, that is tough to see, Austin. The Hornets right there. Unfortunately, the Mustangs lucked out on the foul on the other side. They come right down, they convert. You'll see Eli Isaacs right here, slowing it down. We need a breather. That's what he's saying to his teammates. Let's get a bucket, but let's not make it too quick. Get a breather, get a mental reset. That's the key right here on this possession.
Mental reset the Hornets do right there, as Isaac's now trying to work against McMillan. He doesn't like that there's no fouls being called. Here's Gabe Phillips over to Harden. The Hornets going to have to shoot the ball from deep if they want to try to score early. As Caleb Harden, the shot, he missed it.
Well, this is almost as loud as the Andover game, and it's half the size of the gym. This crowd has gone crazy, and that's what makes it such a fun game.
Yeah, Caleb, it's always a good matchup like you talked about in this stadium. It's always a fun crowd. It's always a loud crowd, too. Isaacs with the block right there on McHenry. He will pass it in, McHenry will, to his team who is, there's a couple of Hornets who checked in, one of them being Kanoa Ashley and Davin Schmelsley. Braden Dalrymple also. Here's Ashley who's guarding number 2, Vidrickson. Out in the corner, Puckett tries to make a move. Here's McMillan, a wide open 3. That one long, but an offensive board by the Mustangs.
Well, right there, the Mustangs understanding Kickhafer's shooting ability, got the double screen for him, unfortunately missed it.
It'll be a timeout called by Valley Center, a much-needed timeout by Coach Unruh as they're down 14-7.
Parents' biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
Back here in Salina, Kansas, Valley Center called a timeout. They went down 7. You said it just moments ago, same thing as what happened in the girls' game. Salina Central got out hot from behind the arc.
Well, not certainly for sure. I would say Hornets put on pressure early on, and unfortunately they were expecting an inside game, and the Mustangs brought an outside game right to them, which is surprising to see them do. There's that recovery play right there, and that's what the Hornets need to find their own source of basketball, their own type of basketball again.
Simple back cut from Isaacs, who got the points. Puckett, who had a couple of threes, he found Ruffin, who can't get it to go. Isaacs with the rebound over Kickhafer. Here's Isaacs pushing the pace. He'll make a move, finds Schmelsley. He's going to go inside, outside to Kanoa Ashley from deep. He knocks it down from three-point range.
Well, it never gets old seeing Kanoa Ashley knock down a 3. I've mentioned his struggles from around the arc, but he's been a leader so far this year. And to see him knock one down, that is huge and very much momentum shifting.
Isaacs almost had the steal right there. Phillips checks back in for Valley Center along with Caleb Harden, going to take the place of his cousin. We haven't actually talked about it this year, but Davin Schmelsley and Caleb Harden, they're cousins. And here is the Mustangs with the ball right now. Here's Ruffin running the point. Inside, Vidrickson, cross-court pass back to Ruffin. He's trying to find something for his team. Hornets playing solid defense. They have a new resurgence after that timeout. 1:45 to go in the first quarter.
Well, that's the toughest thing right there for Noah Simmons. We talked about both Reed McHenry and Caden Kickhafer, who both will probably end up getting all 32 minutes on the floor here tonight. And both Simmons and Dalrymple are going to have their hands full. Maybe Phillips at times, we see him guarding Kickhafer. But just the inside presence he brings, and then we mentioned earlier the three-point shooting presence he brings, is tough to match. And you force an outside or an inside guy to go outside. That's the toughest thing, and it's going to be a tough matchup here for Simmons. If he's able to hold, then that just shows his development throughout the season, and that's just incredibly amazing to see from the Hornets.
Kavanaugh with it. Over to Ruffin, over to Kickhafer, trying to make a move on Noah Simmons, who's played good perimeter defense all year long. Here's Kavanaugh on the inside. He puts the shot up. He doesn't get it, but McHenry puts the ball into the hoop as great second effort right there from McHenry.
Well, and right there, people standing back, staring at the rebound. McHenry says, I'm going to go do something about it, and tips it in. And fortunately for the Mustangs, 4-point difference here. They're hanging on to that lead with 45 seconds remaining in the first.
Here's Harden, out for 3. He knocked one down earlier. That one in and out and into the hands of Kickhafer.
Well, Austin, right now, you're going to see the Mustangs slow down. Respect to the Hornets because they put together quite a run after that timeout. But this possession is going to be huge in the course of the first quarter.
And it looks like the final moments will go through Salina Central right now. Here's Reed McHenry, guy that the Hornets didn't face last time. He's holding the ball as Mustangs are going to set up the play now. A pick and roll for Kickhafer and McHenry. McHenry gets it stolen. Isaacs will shoot it, not knowing the time on the clock. Isaacs could have brought it all the way down, probably got an easy layup, but that'll be the end of the first quarter as the score is 16-12. Your Hornets trail by 4. And Caleb, after one, it'll be Salina Central ball. What do the Hornets need to do to get back on track and get the lead again?
Well, I think you mentioned it in the girls' game, and I think it's a mindset thing. The Mustangs, as I said, they came out. They made it a dogfight, and the Hornets have the potential to dominate them, but they're just going to have to find their ways around the inside presence and understand that when the Mustangs get hot shooting, you're going to have to play a little bit closer defense. And defensively, maybe a little bit more communication, but I still think it's just a mindset thing. We'll see if that changes here in the second.
McHenry read the pass well. Here is Kavanaugh over to McMillan. Kavanaugh had that last shot attempt for the Mustangs moments ago. Here he is with the ball once again.
And he starts at quarterback for the Mustangs during the football season. Certainly a prolific athlete.
Right there, he missed from downtown. Hornets push the pace. Harden, another quarterback, goes into the pass to Dalrymple, who missed the shot.
And look at the bounce pass there from Caleb Harden. That was beautiful. Went up and then bounced past it right down to Braden Dalrymple. Continues to be a creative passer. That was a LeBron James style pass from Caleb Harden.
And that'll be a foul called on Eli Isaacs. That's his first. Only the second foul called on the Hornets. Third foul called on in this game. So the referee's letting him play a little bit, Caleb. And as a basketball fan, you like to see that. That's fun, especially in a hype game like this.
Well, and that's certainly for sure. We talked about not only the league matchup, but not to mention the inside presence that both teams bring to this court. You expect it to be an aggressive game, and as a referee, you know that if you call everything, the game is going to get boring.
Kickhafer from three, short, rebounded by Noah Simmons, the second leading rebounder on the team, and then he'll find Isaacs up to Phillips, who shoots the three, and off the mark, rebounded by Nolan Puckett, and back to Central, the ball goes.
Well, missed shot right there, but I like the idea from Gabe Phillips. He does it so well. I specifically saw it so great in the Andover Central game, but in transition, he just pushes ahead and then slips right outside that wing, finds himself an open shot every time. And that's something that, though you can teach it as a coach, that's some of the things he already had coming onto the floor.
Well, that was a travel by Puckett. So it'll be Valley Center ball once again. Here's Isaacs over to Dalrymple. A back cut from Harden. And he gets the lay-in as Caleb Harden. We've seen it all year long, and then he was able to finish the tough layup.
Well, that's certainly for sure just the intangibles that he brings, not only concerning the finishes. Actually, the C team had a drill the other day dedicated to the great finishes by Caleb Harden, and continues to amaze. I talked about the pass earlier and then a crafty layup inside.
Right there, it was a foul on the missed shot by McMillan. And so that foul will be called on Vidrickson. And so it'll be Valley Center ball. Isaacs almost turned the ball over. Good defense right there from Logan Losey.
And Losey, another football player. I believe he played safety for the Mustangs this year, but look at the athleticism right there. An absolute quick twitch muscle type of play, and is able to knock the ball out of play.
Well, Caleb, you ever want to see Logan Losey, you just check out my huddle highlights as I pancaked him on a play. But that's besides the point here, as the Hornets are down 2. 5:30 to go in the second quarter. Isaacs for a jump shot is Noah Simmons. He knocks it down from the charity stripe. You don't usually see that from him in a half-court offense, but he ties the ball game up.
Well, and that's what you want to see him develop into next year, because not only is he great at scoring deep in the paint, but he has that jump shot arsenal. He just needs to put it onto the varsity floor.
Right there, a three-point shot, air ball into the hands of Dalrymple. Here's Harden and the Hornets trying to push the pace a little bit. They'll slow it down into the hands of Phillips, back to Isaacs. Valley Center trying to find Noah Simmons on the inside. Simmons doing a great job, but Kickhafer doing even better to try to contain him.
Well, right now, Hornets are in control of the pace. They'll slow it down a little bit, and simply because they know they can score in a half-court offense, that's something they've developed throughout the season, because they've been in the tough situations where they have to play a slow game, and fortunately right now, they know how to create a half-court offense, how to get it done.
That right there, a steal by McHenry. He'll push the pace, a Euro step, and that'll be no foul, just out of bounds. No, they are going to get a foul. That foul will be called on Caleb Harden. And third team foul. And at the line will be McHenry. Into the game is going to be Schmelsley along with Wilson and Kanoa Ashley for Valley Center as Isaac, Simmons, and Harden head to the bench.
Austin right now, a few more depth players. We see Schmelsley checking in for one of the first times this game on this floor. And Austin, that's the biggest thing here tonight in a league matchup is developing depth and seeing how that transfers onto the floor.
4:25 to go, and we'll be back as your Hornets are down 1 right now here in a minute. And it'll be Valley Center ball. Isaacs and Ashley talking about the play. What do you like to see out of the Hornets right here, Caleb, as they're in this situation down 1?
Well, right now they're driving hard, they're cutting hard, they're doing everything with effort, and they take out Noah Simmons, but they did a great job of trying to get him involved in the post and trying to work some of the stronger post players for the Mustangs. But overall, they haven't given up. They've continued to push, especially here in this second quarter on the offensive side. Defensively, they've really done an impeccable job holding the Mustangs scoreless here in the second.
Ball's on the floor. The Hornets end up coming up with it, and then Davin Schmelsley gets the layup. That's all effort for Valley Center right now, there.
Well, and you said it right there, all effort, the hustle play. We talked about Harden's hustle plays in the past Eisenhower game. And right there, Schmelsley in the perfect position to take advantage of that, get a bucket for his team.
Right here, the Hornets on defense. There's McHenry over to Losley inside. It's Kickhaver trying to work against Dalrymple. He'll go up, but that'll be a foul called. They're either going to get that on Isaacs or Dalrymple. Looked like Isaacs was the one who had all ball. And they are going to get it on Dalrymple. That's his first.
Well, no disrespect to Dalrymple, but look at the strength there by Kickhaver. The initial shove with the shoulder, and I mean, you can count that as a charge, but just the power he has in the middle, that shows you why he's been such a dominant player all season. And to see a guy like that who's strong in the middle and can shoot threes, he's an all-around player.
Well, and he makes his second free throw, so he ties the game up at 18. We got a good one here in Salina, Kansas, as Valley Center 13-4 taking on Salina Central. Caleb, we know Valley Center is in close games a lot, but they pull them out. What can they do here in the final minutes of the first half to put the edge heading into halftime?
Well, I would say the biggest thing is just to keep a level head at all times. Yeah, you might go down. They went down there in that first quarter, but it was the level head and the timeout that brought them right back into this one. That's the biggest thing, as I talked about against Andover. Stuff happens. That's life. That's basketball. But keep a level head, continue to give effort, and you're going to find yourself yet again with a 14 in the win column, which would be the first time since, I believe, 2003.
Yes, Caleb, it's been a while since Valley Center has had a great team as this one is, and that'll be another foul. That foul called on Vidrickson once again. That's his second personal. He picks up 2 in just a couple of moments. As Isaacs did a good job. Little head fakes will get the refs most of the time. Here's Harden. He'll find Isaacs. Great back cut, great basketball, and even better find from Caleb Harden right there to put the Hornets up 2.
Well, and I'm an X's and O's guy. To see Phillips cut across baseline to baseline, that leaves Isaacs isolated, and that's exactly what you want on a play.
KK for underneath. This time he'll be fouled. You know, we talked about the fouls. Not a lot were called. There was only 2-1 in the first 12 minutes of this game, and then now in the final 2 minutes, there's been about 6 fouls called, or 5 fouls, called. So it'll be a couple of substitutions right there for Salina Central, one of them being Micah Moore, the other running back for this Mustangs team, number 32.
Want to go back to that last play. Simmons trying to front in the post, and that's just film sessions right there. They do a post entry play. Simmons understands it, gets in front, and unfortunately isn't able to get the deflection, but that right there is what you want from a player.
Here's Isaacs trying to work against McMillan. That back cut was almost there once again. As Simmons goes up, he missed on the layup though.
Well, this is going to be an interesting matchup. Simmons strong in the post, but prefers to go those little lob shots, not as much as a strong of a game as Kickhafer brings. But this is going to be an interesting matchup all night in the post. These are going to be your 60s and 70s style games where you just get the post entry and you let the post guy do the work.
Right there, Kickhafer got the lead back into the hands of the Mustangs. Isaac's going to try to take it in, and he'll have to chuck one cross court to Harden. Hornets unfortunately come up with it. And with 1:25 to go, here's Gabe Phillips trying to work against this defense. It's been stellar for Salina Central so far. Isaacs over to Phillips. He'll drive baseline, hop step. That'll be a block foul. That one called on Kickhafer as Gabe Phillips looks to be shaken up. His knee may have got hit. Looks like it is a knee injury that he's babying right now, but here's Puckett who comes back in for Salina Central.
Well, we know the talent he brings to the floor. He is 4th in a poll for Varsity Kansas for one of the best players in the Wichita area. And to see that, you want to make sure you protect all of those little injuries because you don't want to see anything change about his game.
Right there, Jaden McMillan knocks down that shot. So just as the Hornets tied it up moments ago, the Mustangs take the lead back into their hands again.
Well, as a basketball fan, you love to see that from McMillan, the coast-to-coast play and a good finish. That's what the Mustangs, they were able to do it in their game versus Andover Central, and that's play in transition.
Right there, the Hornets did another play to Gabe Phillips to get him the easy bucket.
Well, right before halftime, you want to get that lead, and any way you can do it, but right there, trying to get a momentum-shifting play and trying to get in the head of this Mustangs team before they go in the locker room. That's a bold play call, but I respect it.
Inside, Isaacs was blocked. It goes back into McMillan. The Hornets come up with it. They'll have the final 10 seconds to do whatever they want with it. Try to gain the lead. Here's Gabe Phillips trying to make a move. He'll go up with the right hand and lays it off the backboard. He got the first points of the half and the last points as Gabe Phillips runs back into the locker room. The Hornets take a 2-point lead, 26-24 into halftime. We'll see you back here at Hornet Studios at the start of the second half. Welcome back here to Hornet Studios. The second half just in a few minutes. Caleb, in that first half, the Hornets took a lead at the very end, but it was close all the way through. What did you see from both squads?
Well, I saw a dogfight, as I mentioned, in that first half, and that was a huge game. The Mustangs proved their potential, and I said early on, we knew it was going to be a good game in this gym. It's always a good game in this Salina Central gym, but as for the Hornets, they found a resurgence there in that second quarter. They actually took a timeout mid-first quarter. Really, after that, they were able to stick right with it. My biggest thing, was that they had a new sense of effort on the offensive side, and they continued to make effort plays, and then they were starting to hit their shots, and this would become a decent scoring game, whereas early on it was mostly dominated by Salina Central. Defensively, early on they got aggressive. They backed off a little bit, and I think that's when their defense started to succeed, just because of the Mustangs shooting. The way they shot in that first quarter was incredible. But as for statistics, Nolan Puckett had 9, Reed McHenry had 5, and then 8 from Caden Kickhafer. And as for the Hornets, Harden had 5, Isaacs had 4, Kanoa Ashley had a 3, Schmelsley had a layup for 2, and then Phillips had 8, and Simmons with 4. That is your scoring. And then we're actually getting this update just right before we started announcing. That is Mays High School beat Salina South High School 56-41, Austin. And that's just insane to see, not to mention Mays is in the Hornets sub-state.
Yeah, Caleb, and not only Salina Central was number 2 in 5A, Mays was number 3, but I think Valley Center right now, and all the players will say, the coach will say, they're looking at 1-0, like you just signaled to me, Caleb, and they're looking at one game at a time. That's all they care about. But they do know, they have it on the back of their minds that we got to go through Mays if we want to get it to the prize this year. And so, they got to play to that caliber. We've seen Salina South beat the Salina Central team pretty good. So Mays, they put on a pretty good showing. So Valley Center's got to prove themselves here in the second half. And then, obviously, the big game coming up against Andover Central and Andover to finish the season. They got to take care of business in our league. It'll be Salina Central ball moments ago, but now Valley Center has it to start this third quarter.
Well, here comes the Hornets offense, and so far they've slowed it down early in this third quarter. Just want to make sure they find a consistent source of production.
And Caleb Harden knocks down a 3. He did so in the first quarter. There he does in the third to get the Hornets started offensively right here as the Hornets now go up 5. That's a 3-point shot by Puckett, and he's the one who got the Mustangs started offensively, and he knocks one down there again in the third.
Well, right there, that's what league matchups do to you. They make you play better, and Puckett had 3 threes in that first half. There he goes, matching a 3 from the Hornets, and if this becomes a battle of threes, this is going to be a great game to watch.
Well, Eli Isaacs knocks down one from deep. Here is Vidrickson trying to work against Isaacs, trying to make a move. Isaacs got the steal. Here he is, the layup, and that'll be no foul called. Vidrickson, a great hustle play right there to knock the ball out, but it'll be Valley Center ball underneath their own basket. Isaacs set to pass it in.
Well, Vidrickson right there with a DK Metcalf play, if you will, to chase down and then a swat away or a deflection. But Austin, if the Hornets are able to score here, as the Mustangs, you're going to feel the obsessive need that you have to score in the next position. You got to keep a level head. Yeah, it'd probably be great if you were able to score, and that would change your chances in the game, but this never has to be a has to this early in the third quarter. Just keep that mindset going into the next possession.
And triple threes to start the quarter for the Hornets. That one right there was by Phillips. Inside, McHenry missed, no foul called. Valley Center pushing the pace. They like to play with this fast-paced offense. There's Caleb Harden. He knocks one down from deep.
And Austin, there it is. They're playing their style of basketball, and right there, they're succeeding with 11-point difference here.
38-27, 5:40 left in the third. Valley Center starting to get hot. Folks, stay tuned. And back here, after that performance from behind the arc, Caleb, the Hornets, they don't shoot a whole lot of threes in a game, let alone knock them down at a very efficient rate right there. Hornets just knocked down 4 in a row.
Well, and that's what it takes to be a championship team. And even though it's not your style of play, which, in fact, I feel as though they incorporated their style of play into that more three-point shooting type of offense, but they got the job done when it needed to be done, and that was huge, Austin, to see them knock down those threes. They find themselves with an 11-point lead. Now, if they can keep it up, that would be amazing.
Right there, here's Puckett out for 3. He had plenty of time, maybe overthinked it a little too much, as that'll be a foul called. That one might be called on Vidrickson. They will get Vidrickson, who had a couple of fouls on Isaacs. Yep, that's his 3rd personal.
Ooh, it's rough to see for Vidrickson, and he was a starter tonight, had what I believe was 4 points in the first half, but Austin, that is huge. And as for the Hornets, obviously take advantage of it, attack him, and see if you can get him to foul out.
Well, here's Isaac setting up an offense. The Hornets have done a great job running plays and making sure they become efficient. Here's Gabe Phillips, another one from downtown. And when you get this Hornets team hot from behind the arc, they're unstoppable, Caleb.
And that is what momentum does to you as a team. This is not a team who would typically go on a 5 3-point shots in a row run with the percentage that they shoot at. And yet here they are with the momentum doing just that.
Here's the Hornets on defense. There's Kick Hafer trying to match Valley Center from 3-point land. He can't. Here comes the Hornets once again.
Well, no disrespect to the Mustangs, but that's what I was saying. As a team, the other team goes on a run, you feel the obsessive need to score. And sometimes you just need to take a possession, get a level head, calm down some. And if that happens, then the Mustangs find themselves right back in this game. But at the moment, it's not.
2 substitutions for Valley Center as Wilson, along with Kanoa Ashley, come into the game. Caleb Harden set to pass it in. He'll find Ashley. Hornets trying to run the ball through the post, excuse me. Into Simmons, who's doing a good job, but he doesn't get it right there. Kick Hafer and McHenry are double teaming him when the ball is trying to go in there. Phillips almost shot the 3.
And Austin, here they are slowing down on the offensive side because they have control of that pace. I'll be interested to see if it pays off.
And Cade Wilson almost knocked down one from deep, but he missed right there. Here's the Mustangs pushing the pace. Puckett goes up with it. That'll be a block, as Simmons was there for a solid 2 seconds, but he may have moved his feet at the last second.
Well, that is a tough call. That is a 50-50 call, and 5 times it's going to be called one way, 5 times it's going to be called another. But there's that move that I talked about. Puckett goes in. He tries to make the play for his team, and fortunately enough for him, he doesn't get the foul called on him. But there's that attempt at a momentum-shifting play, Austin.
Isaacs and Dalrymple back into the game for Valley Center. Puckett misses first. Here's his second. That one rolls in. Into the game will be Kavanaugh. Parker Kavanaugh, the quarterback, checks in. He'll take the place of Puckett, who was at the free throw line moments ago. 3:35 to go in the third.
Well, right now you mentioned he's a quarterback. Kavanaugh checks in, and he's been a leader for this team, as well like McHenry and Kickhafer, who are all on the floor. They need that leadership. They need someone to be a catalyst for the Mustangs, and right now it doesn't appear as though it's happening.
Isaacs, that one off the mark. Finally, the Hornets missed from 3. Cade Wilson missed earlier, and the Isaacs just missed. That may have been a backcourt. Up the floor is McHenry, who gets the layup.
Well, I talked about a catalyst. There's that sloppy play from the Mustangs, and not a pretty play to watch, but they got the job done. That's all that matters, and they find themselves chipping away at this lead.
Cade Wilson going to take another one. He knocks it down from deep, and after 2 misses, the Hornets get back on track from behind the arc.
Well, right as I say, they're chipping away at the lead. The Hornets do a great job of coming up clutch and knocking down that 3. Cade Wilson that time, who's been a role player. Big to see him convert.
McHenry missed the shot. Caleb Harden knocked it out on the other end. Braden Dalrymple a rebound. Here comes Harden and the Hornets. He tried to find Wilson. Here's Dalrymple up top over to Ashley. Back to Harden. They're going to slow it down, the Hornets are. They're going to run an offense, try to get something, as they've ran their offense to perfection almost all night.
Well, and as a man-to-man defense, you're just trying to wear them down with this movement.
Right there, McHenry gets a dunk as Isaacs and the Hornets turned it over just moments ago.
Well, right there, if you're McHenry, you're feeling the pace slow down. You don't want that. He goes out, makes a play on his own. That is huge for the Salina Central Mustangs.
Ashley being guarded by McMillan. The defense after that dunk has been tight. Here's Isaacs, cross-court pass. The Hornets doing a good job moving the ball. An air ball right there from Ashley. And no call underneath. Some of the fans mad about that. McMillan drives all the way in. He goes up with it, and that'll be a charge. The ball's going the other way. Kanoa Ashley got his feet set just at the right time.
And there's that 50-50 call, Austin. Hornets didn't get it last time. Here they are getting it this time, and enough to shut down some momentum. You go down here, get any sort of points, that's how you get it done.
12-point lead for the Hornets. A couple of Hornets checked in just moments ago, one of them being Davin Schmelsley along with Simmons. Here is Isaacs running the point. We'll find Dalrymple, guarded by Kavanaugh. Back cut, and Dalrymple tried to find Schmelsley, but the ball was stolen. That one stolen by McHenry. He picked up his dribble. Back to McMillan, who just had the charge call on him. Losi thought about the three. He'll pass it up for an even better shot by McMillan from the corner. He hits from deep.
Well, right there, the selflessness on the passing, and gives it up for another one. McMillan finds himself wide open, and that's what good players do. They knock it down. We talked about McMillan's athleticism, and he's showing out on the shooting category.
Right there, that'll be a foul called on Isaacs. As the ball was on the floor, Isaacs used his arm to push away Kickhafer. That's a foul, and he's holding his hip. Looks like he hit the ground hard. Just like that, the Hornets went on their little stunt of a run, and now the Mustangs doing the same.
Well, right there, as I mentioned on the other side, call unfortunate to the Hornets. As I said, 50-50 call, an effort play, and Isaacs gets called on it. You have to be prepared if you're the Hornets. Something big is coming.
Losi, a three. That one rattles in and out, but an offensive board by Kickhafer. He'll go up with it. That'll finally be a foul called as he had some words for Dalrymple. A couple of the Hornets trying to say something, and it looked like what he said from what I saw is not something we can say on stream, Caleb, and that's usually a technical. It looks like the referee's going to talk to the boys. He talked about a league matchup. Looks like it's getting a little chippy out there.
Well, that's certainly for sure, and we can expect that. I would say teams like Goddard that the Hornets face in football, and this would be just as equivalent to Valley Center versus Goddard in football. It gets dirty, it gets rough, and there's a lot of trash talking. And personally, as an announcer, I support trash talking, but that's a lot of times something coaches don't support, and that's perfectly understandable. Right there, you said. I mean, that's perfectly reasonable to call a technical there. And at the moment, both teams are in each other's head. Now, how each team takes advantage of that is going to be different, but the one who does it better is going to be the victor here tonight.
You know, Caleb, no call right there is kind of a good thing in my opinion, because just like you said, I love trash talk. And 12 seconds to go, 11.2 now. That'll be a foul called on McMillan as he's trying to guard Harden tightly. They'll stay with Valley Center. They'll have an opportunity to try to get the last shot of the third quarter. They've done a great job so far.
Well, with trash talking, you obviously want to succeed on the floor, and right now, if someone's able to hit down a last shot, that gives you an advantage in the trash talking category.
And right there, Simmons tried to find Phillips. It was a great move. It could have been an easy layup, but with 2.4 to go, the Hornets turn it over. It hit the knee of Phillips.
Well, an unfortunate play right there. Both squads are going to go back to the huddle, and they're going to need to recover. They're going to need to take a mental break from the floor. That's going to be big in this game.
Losi from half court, he heaves one up, missed it, and so we're headed to the fourth and final quarter with the score of 44-36. 8-point lead for your Hornets. We'll see you back here for the start of the final 8 minutes here in a moment.
To Valley Center, a beautiful, friendly community just 9 miles north of downtown Wichita. Come discover Valley Center and take a walk through historic downtown. Check out unique restaurants, shop at locally owned businesses, or play around at Valley Point Golf Course. Valley Center is building on its proud heritage while welcoming new ideas, new businesses, and new families. Valley Center will exceed your expectations. Discover Valley Center, an incredible place to call home.
And back here, it'll be Valley Center ball. Caleb Harden set the pass into Eli Isaacs. The fourth quarter, Caleb, what do the Hornets need to do to put this one away, grab their 14th win on the season?
Well, I would say do what they did early in that third quarter, and that's play with momentum, play quickly, and keep a level head.
All right there, a little bit of acting by Kick Hafer, and that'll be a foul call on Noah Simmons, his second.
Well, that's tough. That's one of those calls. You have to move on. That can't hang over your head throughout the rest of the game because your team needs you. That's going to be a big factor here tonight. As we mentioned in the third quarter, the trash talking. But Austin, as I was saying, my biggest thing right here is the Hornets have to play great defense and transition that right into the offensive side here in the fourth quarter.
Here's McHenry trying to make a move. He'll try to drive in. He'll find Vidrickson over to Losi. Inside, Puckett. Back to McHenry. Good ball movement. Here's a Kick Hafer three from the corner, and he knocks it down from deep.
This is where he makes his money from around the three-point arc. He's standing at the block, playing his post roll, sees an opening, slips out past a drive, and finds himself wide open. And he's a little slow to take that shot, but fortunately enough, he finds himself open enough that he has time to wind up, take a good, nice shot. That's why Kick Hafer's so great from around the arc.
Right there, it was Phillips who thought about the three. Isaacs gets the ball tipped into the hands of McHenry. He'll try to go in. He's double teamed. Out to Losi, who's going to take a three. Off the backboard, rebounded by Harden. The Hornets luck out. Now they have an opportunity to score on the other end.
Well, here's the scrappy ball play. Both teams are doing it, and they're playing quick in transition. This is our personal favorite type of play, and it's a fun game to watch. Now, if the Mustangs are able to keep it close here, do what they did on that last possession, then that gives them a solid chance going in the fourth quarter.
Inside, Phillips at the baseline. Bring it out back around the arc. He'll go up. Jump shot for Gabe Phillips, and that rattles in.
Well, right there, we talk about Kick Hafer's dominance in the low post. That's why we've seen the jumpers succeed here tonight in Salina Central. That's because the high post is wide open, and Phillips has done it multiple times. That's taking advantage of it.
Here's Vidrickson trying to make a move on Harden. Ball's on the floor into the hands of Isaacs. No call. Isaacs gonna take it himself. He goes up with the left hand. That'll be a foul called on number 34, McHenry. As Reed McHenry will grab his second foul, and Isaacs headed to the line.
Well, Salina Central fans not happy about the no call right there, and either way, I mean, I could personally see it, but at the end of the day, it's been a scrappy game so far, and it's not anything we haven't seen so far in this game, and it's going to continue here. We have 5:40 left, and just knock on wood and keep hoping that nothing too bad happens with this aggressiveness, but it certainly makes the game fun to watch.
Here's Isaacs at the free throw line. That one rattles in and out. So it's 47-40 now.
Well, Austin, right here, if you're the Mustangs, I would say try to get hot from deep, take a couple three-point shots, and that's what helped you dominate in that first quarter. They want to do that here.
No travel called. And excuse me, moments ago they changed the score. Scoreboard's still not right. Should be 47-41. They did just now fix it. So Valley Center with a 6-point lead. Here's Wilson back to Isaacs. They're trying to run something. The Hornets, they stayed calm this whole game so far. They haven't had, like you talked about, they've had a level head. Here's Simmons trying to make a move on the inside. He'll go up with the right hand. The soft touch by Noah Simmons puts the Hornets ahead by 7, or excuse me, 8.
That right there, taking advantage of the aggressiveness. Simmons sits right there in the high post because of the trap and finds himself wide open.
3-point shot off the mark, but a long rebound right there. It's an unfortunate bounce off the rim for the Hornets into the hands of McHenry. He'll get the ball back after cross-court passing. He'll drive inside. Isaacs with it. 3-on-2 situation. Caleb Harden, an easy layup as the Hornets go up by 10.
Well, that's what they've done. They played sloppy basketball, been able to play great in transition, and that's why they find themselves ahead double digits.
We'll be back for the final 4 minutes and 20 seconds here on Hornet Studios in a moment. And back out here, your starters for the Hornets will be Wilson, Harden, Isaacs, Phillips, and Dalrymple. And so Valley Center going to put some light half-court pressure on when McMillan and Vidrickson come across half-court.
Well, their biggest thing is they don't want the Mustangs to get hot from deep. We saw that in the first quarter, and you cannot let your opponent do that to you, especially with 4 minutes remaining in the game.
That right there, tipped pass. The Isaacs and the Hornets couldn't come up with it as Isaacs was the closest one to it. Here's Vidrickson, a pass to Kavanaugh, who's going to take a 3 short, and that should be an over the back called on Puckett. As great job by Caleb Harden to have position underneath.
Well, and Harden, who has been a consistent rebounder this year. I would also mention Gabe Phillips and then Noah Simmons, who's on the bench right now. But they're all great at boxing out. That's why the Hornets get 43% of their offensive boards, 65% of their defensive boards, is because of that effort. It's that boxing out, and right there you mentioned Harden had the position and was able to draw a foul because of it.
Harden passes up to Phillips. They break the press with ease. Phillips back to Isaacs. Valley Center gonna not waste time, but not rush anything either.
Well, and that right there. Pace is gonna be the biggest thing because it's dictated the game.
And Kanoa Ashley, he's smiling right there as he knocks his second triple of the night down.
Well, now we'll see the Mustangs try and rush it. As I mentioned earlier, you feel the obsessive need as a team who's down to force some shots. And right there, fortunately for the Mustangs, it pays off. But that's what the Hornets are trying to do, slow down the pace.
Nolan Puckett has put on a show from behind the arc tonight. He does it again for his Mustangs.
Well, and of all guys, it wouldn't have been Puckett that I would have expected. He's hit 1-3 in the game against Eisenhower and then 1 against the Hornets last time, but he certainly showed off.
And that right there is a missed layup, but then rebounded and saved by Vidrickson. It's 46-54, 8-point ball game, 2:55 remain, and we'll be back here on Hornet Studios after this timeout. And back here in Salina, Kansas, 2:55 remain as things are getting close down to the wire, Caleb, but Valley Center's done a great job to put things away this season. What do they need to do now to keep this lead and put this game away?
Well, protect the ball is the biggest thing. They struggled early on in the season with turnovers, and they're still averaging, 16 turnovers a game, which isn't a bad margin, but late going, that margin needs to go way down.
Well, Caleb Harden missed the 3 from the corner, but Isaac's an offensive board like you talked about, 43% on the year. The Hornets grab him, and right there, Isaacs will get fouled, so he didn't make the bucket, but he's shooting 2 at the line. And we know championships teams can knock down free throws. The Hornets have been, we talked about clutch free throws, clutch points really for the Hornets lately. Have been perfect.
Well, and the story isn't as much the charity stripe, but more so the three-point arc here tonight is they've been able to hit threes when they really need it, and result of that is a 10-point lead here.
Hornets playing good defense, and that'll be a three-point shot, no good, into the hands of Harden. And the Hornets will have a little fast break situation. Gabe Phillips goes up with it, no foul called, and he missed.
Well, and that stuff right there, those extra effort plays and a long outstretched finish, and he wanted a foul there, but unfortunately, as we talked about, it's been a physical game, and that's tough to see a no call.
Long rebound into the hands of Losi off the Miss McHenry 3. He'll go up and underneath. He'll get the 2 points for himself.
Well, this is where McHenry makes his money, so strong in the middle, and then the baseline drive gets under there. We've seen him do it all night, and that's those crafty finishes underneath. That's where he gets his points, and that's why he's one of the best players on this Mustangs team.
Phillips trying to work against McHenry. That'll be a foul called. 1:39 to go in this fourth quarter. Gabe Phillips will be at the free throw line as the Hornets have an 8-point lead.
Well, if I'm the Mustangs right now, I want to pressure Austin. That's my biggest thing right now, is you have to be able to put some pressure on the Hornets. The Hornets obviously want to slow it down, which completely understandable, makes total sense. But if you're the Mustangs, you don't want that to happen, obviously. You want to control the pace. You want it to be fast. And the biggest way to do that is put some pressure on the Hornets.
Right there, Gabe Phillips knocked down his first free throw off the attempt. And Cade Wilson checked into the game moments ago. For defensive purposes, the Hornets love to check in Wilson for defense and then Noah Simmons for offense. Here is that free throw by Phillips to make the game a 10-point lead for Valley Center, and the Mustangs back on offense.
Well, that just shows you the athleticism of Wilson, who's able to get up there and match Simmons in height with his vertical.
And Caleb Harden goes up with the layup after Eli Isaac's steal.
Well, right there, almost a streak play by Caleb Harden. Sees the steal and then has a breakaway and finds himself all alone.
Easy points for McHenry off the good cut. Phillips trying to find somebody. He'll find Harden back to Isaacs. The Hornets break the press with ease. Now, they're going to have to try to waste a little bit of clock. The Hornets doing a good job right now.
Yeah, and I was just about to say it. We'll see the Mustangs fouling, and right now they're in the situation where they have 8 fouls. It is 8 fouls, my apologies. But that's going to be tough. If the Hornets get a double bonus, then as the Mustangs, how do you recover from that? And that's going to be the biggest thing here late going.
Phillips knocks down his first free throw.
Well, we know the 82% free throw shooter was not going to miss the first on a 1-and-1 and converts there.
Here's his second. That one in and out, rebounded by Kickhafer. McMillan and this offense has to score quickly if they want to come back. Here's a McHenry 3. That one rolls off into the hands of Wilson. He'll just bring it out and cross half court with Dalrymple. And the ball's on the floor. Dalrymple with it over to Wilson, back to Isaacs. Finally, this Mustangs team will foul. And so Eli Isaacs is headed to the line for another 1-and-1 with 11-point lead.
Well, that's how you waste time right there, is pushing the ball down the court and lots of passing. Great job there by Dalrymple to recover on the second opportunity, and then Hornets waste about 10, 15 seconds on that one possession. That is huge and doesn't seem like a lot, but in the late going, that can put a game away.
Well, 30 seconds to go. Here's Puckett trying to get it to Vidrickson, who airballed the 3. So it'll be Valley Center ball, 24.3 to go. And if the Salina Central Mustangs don't get a steal right here, the Hornets could possibly get their 14th win on the season.
Well, Austin Coming up games, they'll play Andover Central this Saturday, and a team they already beat, a team they are confident they can beat once again, who's 3-9 on the season. And then from there, next Tuesday, they'll play Andover, which is the big one to round off the regular season. This team has put together an amazing season. A lot of respect to these guys.
And that'll do it as the buzzer sounds 61-50. The Hornets move on to 14-4 on the year. What an exciting season it's been. We got 2 more games to go, Caleb, but in the regular season, and then obviously sub-state after that. So Valley Center handles business tonight here in Salina, Kansas. I'm Austin Coas, joined alongside by my partner, Caleb Rose. We want to thank our producer, Dominic Santiago, running the camera. And we'll see you guys on Saturday on Hornet Studios.